No. Seeing it's 6:01, I'd like to call the April 7th, 2021 regular meeting of the Kenai City Council to order. I'd like to welcome everybody here this evening, and if you are able, would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel.
Here.
Councilmember Askin.
Here.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Here.
Councilmember Naxtet.
Here.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Here.
Councilmember Petty.
Here.
Councilmember Winger.
Here.
Mayor Gabriel, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, we have agenda approval. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry. Before we get to that, I would like to draw your attention to a laydown you should have in front of you with requested revision to the agenda packet. Action add to item D8, resolution number 2021-20, amendment memo requested by the city clerk. Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. And before I get to the motion, I just want a question for you as the chair. Would you like to move the item number 9 up to item 1 for public hearings?
Yes, please, and renumber the remaining.
Okay, very good. So I would move to approve the agenda with the requested revisions to the agenda packet listed by the mayor and amend it by moving public hearing item D9 to number 1 and renumber the rest of them.
Second, request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Next up, we have the consent agenda.
Oh, Mayor,
Yes.
at some point in time, I have a correction to the minutes of the last meeting, just to,
Under the Madam Clerk, yeah, that'd be consent agenda, because that's the,
Yeah, let's just get a motion to approve the consent
so
agenda
let's
on the
move that on
floor,
the
and
floor.
then once he asks if there's any amendments, you can make the amendment at that time.
thank you.
and I'll ask for that. Councilmember next.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'd like to move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second that.
Is there anybody from the body who'd like to amend the consent agenda at this time?
You can remove the minutes. You
Say
can
again?
ask that the minutes be removed from the agenda, from the consent agenda.
Oh, yeah, I asked that the minutes be removed from the consent agenda. I just have a small correction.
And that puts it on the agenda, so we'll get
Thank-
to it
yes, yes,
in
sir,
that
thank you.
order, yep. Is there anybody else that would like to amend the consent agenda at this time?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Seeing no other amendments from the body, I would ask the clerk to please read the consent agenda into the record.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Tonight on your consent agenda, with the removal of the regular meeting minutes of March 17th, we have approval of bills to be ratified, approval of liquor license renewals for Three Bears and Playa Azul, introduction of ordinance number 3202-2021, amending Kenai Municipal Code sections 1.15.120, rules of order, and 1.90.04050, proceedings to adopt the most current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised as the adopted rules of parliamentary procedure for the City Council and for city boards, commissions, and committees, with a public hearing on April 21st, and introduction of ordinance number 3203-2021, accepting and appropriating a volunteer fire assistance grant from the United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service, passed through the State of Alaska Division of Forestry, for the purchase of forestry fighting equipment, with a public hearing on April 21st. And that's your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to any item that is on the consent agenda, which was just read into the record? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Unanimous consent was requested with the minutes removed. So, yeah, Jim, we'll get that to that.
I'm just clearing my throat, and he's going to take my picture.
Oh, okay. So unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection to the consent agenda approval? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. That brings us to Item B, schedule public comments. First up, we have Steve Rouse, Kenai Peninsula Housing Initiatives, or KPHI, report on senior and affordable rental housing on City of Kenai donated land. And we have Mr. Rouse on the Zoom.
I'm here. I believe that there's going to be a presentation. There we go.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I appreciate all the work that you do locally. You guys are really at the front line of retail politics on the local level, and your work is appreciated, if not always recognized. As the slide says, I'm Stephen Rouse, Executive Director of Kenai Peninsula Housing. Next slide, please. And why am I here today? I'm here to reintroduce who we are, what we do, how we do it, what we've done on the Kenai Peninsula for those who may not be aware, specifically update you on the projects that we just completed in your city, and re-identify what an important role the city of Kenai played in those developments, and then suggest and request that you consider doing the same in the future. Next slide, please. So Kenai Peninsula Housing Initiatives is a 501c3 organization originally founded in 1997 on paper. We became an entity in 2003 when we achieved federal designation as a community housing development organization, a CHODO. That allowed us access to a small amount of operating assistance money, and we began in a small office above the bookstore in Homer with no equipment, no experience, never written a grant before. And in the past 17 years, we've developed 22 different properties. We now have 140 units in Kenai, Homer, Seward, Soldotna, and Ninilchik. From that small office in Homer, we now have a beautiful community housing center based in Homer, offices in Soldotna as well. Our board of directors represents the three major areas of the peninsula: Southern Peninsula, Central Peninsula, and Eastern Peninsula. I'm happy to say our staff now is 6. And what we do is we develop affordable low-income and special needs housing throughout the Kenai. Next slide, please. For those of you who may not know how we do it, what we do is we identify a need, then we determine what the debt capacity is to allow us to carry a responsibility for debt on any given project. We identify other funding sources. Sometimes that's donated land from communities. And then we compete for gap and subsidy funding. After that, we're on our own. We're responsible for the debt service and the maintenance of the buildings. We manage these buildings. And that means that we screen applicants. We ensure a very rigorous set of compliance standards, both with income certification and building standards. So funding sources, whether they be state, philanthropic, or federal, are very, very tough. We follow the toughest compliance standards of any private sector organization anywhere. And our job is to protect the tenants and our property. In doing that, we also partner with other community organizations like Frontier Community Services, South Peninsula Behavioral Health, Central Peninsula Counseling Services, those types of things, so we can help assist and provide additional services to our tenants. Next slide, please. Here's what we've done so far very quickly. We've got 50 units developed in Homer over the past few years, serving both low-income, senior, and developmentally disabled and seriously mentally ill. Next slide, please. Soldotna, same thing, 58 units, 19 units of senior housing, 100% fully equipped for both mobility and sensory impairment. We have multifamily workforce housing, which is in the upper right-hand corner. And down on the left, we have Tyee Court, which is a special needs facility funded through HUD. Next slide, please. 10 units that we developed in Ninilchik. Said it couldn't be done. They're fully rented. Next slide, please. Seward wanted senior housing. I tried for 7 years after living there for the first part of my stay in Alaska, but through the city of Seward's wisdom in donating land, we were able to do 2 phases of very needed senior housing. Again, 100% equipped for mobility and sensory impairment, understanding that seniors need to age in place and that health is not a linear line, it is cyclical. So we're very proud and very happy. These are full and have a huge waiting list. Next slide, please. Brings us to what we've recently completed in Kenai. This is ClearPoint, phase 1 and phase 2. This is a 6-plex and a 4-plex of income restricted, or what they call low income housing, fully rented, long waiting list. This was on land donated by the city of Kenai. Next slide, please. This gives you a layout of what we did with the 1.25 acres that we subdivided off the 2.5. Shows you the type of distance and land use that we have. Next slide, please. This is some recently taken photos of Kenai Meadows. This is phase 1 and phase 2 of independent senior housing. 100% equipped for both mobility, sensory impairment, radiant floor heat, heated garages. Fully rented with a waiting list of 12 people. If I had another 12 units developed, I could rent them today. Next slide, please. This shows you the layout of the as-built of the land that we used for this. There was a variance needed because we needed an additional 2 feet. So in the next development, should we be so lucky, we'll be mindful of that and do our subdivision accordingly. Next slide, please. So here's what we did. How did we do? 2016, council passed the ordinance. You should have a copy in your laydown. 17, you transferred 1.25 acres. We got phase 1 of ClearPoint. 2018, we got phase 1 of Kenai Meadows. 19 and 20, we did phase 2 of ClearPoint and then phase 2 of Kenai Meadows. The land donation provided by the city was instrumental in leveraging funding from both AHFC, the National Low-Income Housing Development Trust, the Rasmussen Foundation, and the Wells Fargo Foundation. The points that we get for donated community buy-in are huge. These types of developments also help, as it says down here, local businesses. We hire locally in everything that we do, contractors and subcontractors. Next slide, please. So what we do, like I said, we got all 4 phases done on time. They're quickly rented up. Now we have 22 individuals and families that are living in projects that no longer, that wouldn't have existed had it not been for the city. And specifically during the pandemic, KPHI was able to connect the tenants that we had in these properties, as well as our other properties, to services and rental assistance. And we worked hard to make sure that we didn't have to evict anybody, regardless of how delinquent they were in their rent. We are a not-for-profit corporation, and that's the mission that we serve. Next slide, please. So here's why I'm here today. Number 1, to thank you. Number 2, to tell you what we've done. And number 3, request that you consider doing it again. Another 2.5 acres, right next to where we've developed. Same terms and conditions. The intent would be to develop 2 projects, or 4 projects, two lots, similar if not identical to what we've just done. HFC through Novogradac and their market studies indicates there's a huge need, and we're ready to go for it. So in your deliberations, should you be so kind to consider this in a positive manner, we'd need an ordinance passed sometime by in order to apply for funding in 2021. Given the timeline of what we've done in the past, we think we can get all 4 phases done anywhere from 3 to 5 years. Next slide, please. This gives you an idea of what we would do with the 2.5 acres should you pass an ordinance that would provide it to us or give us site control, and only contingent upon whether or not we got the money. On the left side that I'm looking at would be the 2 proposed 6-plexes of income restricted housing. On the right would be 2 proposed 6-plexes of low income and senior housing independent. Next slide, please. that kind of wraps it up for today. I came in 30 seconds under the wire. Are there any questions?
Well, first of all, very well put together and succinct presentation, Mr. Rouse. Is there anybody from the council that would have any
Thank you.
questions or comments for Mr. Rouse? Councilmember Naxton.
Well, thank you for your presentation today, and I did get to go through some of the buildings in years past, and since then I've seen them from the street, and they look great, and of course there are photos there too, and you've been an excellent partner with the city, and I do look forward to the possibility of us donating another 2.5 acres for you. This time we want to make sure that when it gets subdivided, that it actually fits the actual development. I think there was a little bit of a snafu that we were able to work through,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
perhaps
I
that
agree
already has been worked
100%,
out.
and I admit, yeah, it was worked out, but you have my commitment that when we subdivide, we'll make sure that specifically that the senior housing, maybe has to be a little more than 1.25 acres in order to have the necessary green space. So we appreciate the city's cooperation, and we pledge to make sure that there will be no snafus in the next go-around.
Councilmember Weyer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Stephen, for giving this informative presentation. I do know that there's a lot of benefit. I do know seniors that are actually on your waiting list. More senior development for low-income housing is definitely needed in our area. You had said that you needed an ordinance by, but didn't give kind of the date that you were wanting an ordinance delivered. Do you have a time frame in mind on that?
Well, we have to apply for the pre-application is due in August of this year. So an ordinance that would be passed by the end of July would be certainly wonderful, or within the first week of August.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Rouse. And I'd like to echo some of the comments made here, that I think you've been a really good partner with the city, and you've delivered, exactly as you said you were going to. I remember when you presented to us back in 2016, and you checked every box through the way, so certainly appreciated.
Well, and thank you. And I would just say that I did not do that alone. I've got a great team and a great set of development partners, and we look forward to answering any further questions in the future and working with the city again.
Thank you, Mr. Rouse.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our former mayor, Pat Porter, who's here to present. Oh, she's not connected. We're working on that.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Hello, Mayor Porter. And she is here.
Hello. Don't start my 10 minutes. Yes.
Nope. We're
I have a hard time saying anything in 10 minutes.
I know. I just wanted to finish that you were here to present on the Kenai Dog Park update.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I'm just delighted to be able to help carry this project through to its completion. We hope to have it finished by the spring of next year. Currently, we've had a tremendous amount of public support. Right now, the land is cleared with volunteers. It has we had volunteer construction people come out moving earth about 2 years ago, and I'm not sure what happened, but everything sort of stopped after that. And so I'm picking it up and running with it. Salamantoff Native Association has agreed to come in and fix, as soon as all the snow is gone, level the land and possibly bring in topsoil. We then hope to have it seeded and allow it to grow this entire growing season that you have coming up, so that it's ready for, hopefully in the fall, we'll have enough funding to put the fence in. And then over the winter, a lot of things will happen. We have a lot of community support. We have two major, the Realtors Association and the Builders Association are trying to come up with helping us with some of the projects that we need inside the park. I've been working with the schools. We don't have a name for the park. We would like to have it changed from Kenai Community Park, Dog Park, to something that our children get involved in. So I worked a little bit with Councilwoman Winger to take the information, the flyer that we made for the schools, the grade schools, middle schools, just in the Kenai area, so that they'll have an opportunity to suggest a name for the park. Then the decision will be made, and whoever the winner is will be presented when the park has its ribbon cutting ceremony next spring. We also have 4th of July, you'll see a big presence of the dog park coming through town. It should be a little bit fun. I'm actually going to be in town for the 4th of July. So I've just decided that I needed to be with it walking, going with the dogs. And so we're going to have a huge, gigantic dog to give away at the park strip, handing out brochures as to what it's all about and how people can make donations. The donations schedule we hope to have out in about 2 weeks. I'm working with what I call my paws on the ground, 2 wonderful ladies who have stepped up to help me on a regular basis. We had our first Zoom meeting yesterday. That went really well. And I've been working with the prison to try and get them to build the agility equipment that we need for the park. We will have to pay for the lumber or whatever else they would need, but that's something we can do, hopefully through our fundraising. I am in the process of writing a Rasmussen grant for the project, and so we're kind of going to go see how that goes, but I feel really encouraged. In our fundraising effort, I talked to Mr. Ostrander, and instead of being able to use it, we needed to be able to use a credit card. Fundraising in today's world, people just like to use their charge cards. So he suggested maybe using, oh my gosh, I just lost my GoFundMe account. So we will be putting something together for the dog park on a GoFundMe account just as soon as our fundraising efforts start. And I would encourage all of the council to help support the dog park, both financially and letting all their friends know that it is available. I will be writing personal letters to major corporations, etc., hoping to be able to get some of our bigger donors. But, you know, in a situation like this, every little dollar helps. And so we're also hoping that children will become involved and the rest of the community. So that's really all I have to report at this time, unless you have some questions.
I'd just like to inform you, Mayor Porter, you still have 6 minutes left. You know,
I do? Seriously?
I was afraid to even start the clock.
Okay. Yeah. No. Well, some of the people who are involved, I'm not making their name known yet. I know some other grants are being written for the purpose of the park, but until they give me permission to share that, I don't feel that I should do it. But anyway, you would like to help, just let us know. I think it will happen. I'm just very confident that it will. And I think it will be very nice and something the city's proud of. And it will be like Stephen said, you're going to need an expansion in no time at all.
Very good.
And by the way, it was very fun working with him to get those projects started in Kenai.
Mm-hmm.
Great company. So thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Mayor Porter? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Porter. Excuse me, Mayor Gabriel. Confused already. I don't have a question for Mayor Porter. I just wanted to thank her for taking leadership over this project. It's a real benefit to the dog owners in the city of Kenai and all our neighboring communities, and share confidence that it'll get done. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mayor Porter? Thank you. Thanks, Pat. And I guess I would just request if you have meetings or upcoming meetings, if you could just include the council as information through email, that would be great.
Okay, that'd be perfect. I actually started doing that with you recently, so I just thought, I probably should have in the beginning, but I'll tell you what, Mr. Ostrander has been very good, very helpful, and so has Councilman Mr. Knack said, because he is the president of the Kenai Community Foundation. We will be partnering with them. They actually are going to be the first people applying for the grant. I'm going to write it, but it will be underneath the Kenai Community Foundation. And of course, the money is going to be channeled through there and working with the city very closely. So both of them have been extremely helpful.
Sounds good. I think it'll be an awesome project when it's completed.
I hope so. I know I've driven them nuts, but anyway.
Well, thank you,
I
Mayor.
will tell you something funny. I will tell you something, Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
So last night, Mr. Ostrander called me, and he said, "Boy, when you get a hold of something, you just don't really let go." And I said to him, "Do you want me to let it go?" And he goes, "No, I don't." But it was kind of funny he said that, because I can be kind of pushy.
I think I've heard the term dog on a bone, but I'm not sure what that meant.
Okay, well, anyway, we are going after it, and we're going to cut the ribbon next spring or summer, early summer.
Very good. Look forward to seeing you this summer, Mayor Porter.
Okay, yeah, I'll be there from the 3rd until the 9th.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you, everybody. It's kind of good to just see you all again.
Thank you, Pat. Good luck.
Bye.
Next up, we have Coy West, presentation on City of Kenai marketing.
No, I can stand. Am I co-host?
I need to allow.
Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity to come here. It's been presented to us. Naturally, our goal all along has been to focus both inward and outward in terms of uplifting the community of Kenai, inspiring people to really see and rediscover the beauty here, as well as introduce Kenai to the public outside of Alaska, within Alaska, the lower 48. And I think it's worth mentioning, sort of starting with what our goals have been. And these are the goals that have been set forth and agreed to with council as well as with the administration. Number one, we are ultimately trying to really assist businesses here within the city of Kenai. Everything that we can do to get people inspired about living here, inspired about starting and running businesses in this community, as well as telling that story to the rest of the world, will end up benefiting the city in the long run. And so our message is to tell people that Kenai is the best place to run a business. Secondly, we're really tasked with trying to inspire families who want to raise their kids, who want to start a new life here, as well as those who came here for the family-friendly community that Kenai represents. And much of our marketing goes towards trying to really lift spirits, get people to see what's really special here about that community. And then, of course, we are really marketing towards travelers. We want to let the world know that Kenai is the best place to experience Alaska. And I know firsthand as being something of an outsider what that experience is like coming here to Kenai for the first time. I now have had the pleasure of coming here 5 times. I'm looking forward to coming many more times. But when I talk about Kenai to people in Texas, where I'm from, some people have never heard of that. They're familiar with Fairbanks, they're familiar with Anchorage, and then there's some confusion about Kenai Peninsula versus Kenai River versus Kenai. And our goal is to really distinguish Kenai as a place that people need to put on their itinerary when they come to Alaska. So last time I was here, we talked about the new logo, the new brand, and the message that we wanted to take. And I know that there's some newer members here on council, and so I'll just take a couple of seconds to really drive home what the message is. Kenai is such a special, unique, individual place. And when we were looking at what made Kenai special, we interviewed the community. We spent a significant amount of time talking with people who had lived here as well as moved away. We tried to talk to a variety of different business members as well as people who are raising their kids here. And we kept hearing the same things over and over. And one of the things that we really saw about living here in Kenai, having a business here in Kenai, is that this is truly an amazing place to do that. And as we started looking at what the brand needed to be, we focused on Alaska. Because Alaska is more than just a state, it's more than just a place on the map, it's actually an experience. It's actually an ideal that people live for. And so when you Alaska, we turned that word into a verb. When you Alaska, you are actually living this great experience of the Alaskan lifestyle. And Kenai represents the best place to Alaska. And that's the message that we've tried to drive home over and over through everything that we do, whether it's here focused internally in the community or whether it's taking that story outside. And so we started with the fact that there is abundant opportunity here in Kenai. And so immediately after my last visit here, we actually focused on a significant amount of research to set a strategy that would allow us to promote Kenai within as well as Kenai outside, particularly within the bounds of our scope and the budget that we had laid before us. And we did a significant amount of research on what those cost-effective methods might be in order to really take that message out as far as we needed to. There was a lot of media research that went into that. We were talking to TV stations, we talked to radio stations, we even looked at movie theater advertising. I reached out to billboard companies, and of course we analyzed what were our opportunities online where we could really take this story as far as we possibly could. And when John and I were here in January, we were actually doing some photography and some videography that was going to support our efforts that we could use in our marketing. And so we went home and we started working on that, finalizing it so that we could include it with our efforts. So we started laying the foundation, and one of the things that we really focused on was how could we direct people to a single point of information where if they've never heard of Kenai, they can start learning about it. If they live here in Kenai, they can really rediscover it and really see the great things that the city offers for them. And we knew that that would be a way for us to expand the reach of our marketing in a really unique and interesting way. Additionally, we were looking at if we developed an online presence, we wanted it to be able to raise awareness about Kenai, as well as energize people who used to live here but now live somewhere else. And I've run across quite a few of those people, and when they say, wow, you know about Kenai, they get super excited. Additionally, we wanted to be able to have a location online where if you've never heard of Kenai or if you discover it through our marketing efforts, that you can start your journey to really learn what Kenai offers and potentially add that to your itinerary or potentially maybe move here. That one location online also needed to be a source that could be something of a grassroots, say, effort where people within the community could get excited about it. And our goal was if we can help them rediscover what makes Kenai special, and hang on just a second. Here we go. We wanted to be able to create content that was shareable. And what I mean by content is videos, photos, blogs, information, that this would actually help us extend our reach and our marketing. It would really help the community become our best marketers because people who've been here to Kenai or people who live here in Kenai are happy to talk about Kenai. And we wanted to really energize them to do that. So we created what's called I Love Kenai. It's the single source of information online. It's a website that we developed. It has a beautiful experience. It's visually appealing, and it has quite a bit of information about working in Kenai, living in Kenai, playing in Kenai. It also tells the story of the best place to Alaska. And we even loved the logo so much and the message so much that we created a variety of products that you could buy on the website that has this particular logo. Now the profits that are generated from the website actually go to the Kenai Chamber. So we have that connected so that it automatically goes into their bank account and helps to contribute to some of the things that they're doing here on the local level. And then COVID hit. And I don't have to tell you just how much of an impact that had for everybody. how much that impacted lives and businesses, it certainly impacted what we were doing. It really forced us to take a step back and think about what's our mission here, what are our goals, and how does that impact our strategy? So we assessed really what the impacts of the pandemic were. And just putting this in perspective, of course, this is April and May timeframe. We knew that all travel was stopping, and we had no idea when that may restart. So our efforts to try and market to travelers was, looking for a moment there like it would be completely put on hold. Commercial activity dropped, and businesses started suffering, and we really had to assess, both on a local level as well as potentially trying to attract businesses to Kenai, how could we potentially continue doing what we need to do given the circumstances that we were in. We also saw that people were working from home, and all across America, people were spending a significant amount of time at home, and we actually saw that as an opportunity. Because we knew that if people were at home, if they're on their computers, they're spending more time online. And we knew that under the circumstances, people were looking for a mental escape. They were looking for something to take their mind off of what they were experiencing in their daily lives. And they were spending a significant amount of time on social media doing that. So the uncertainty and the fundamental shift in priorities that have occurred over the last year have actually informed us and guided us in the ways that we're doing our marketing now. And I find it very, very exciting what we're learning and what our research shows. So we kept working. And instead of really trying to push the message exclusively outside, we really focused internally to try and uplift the community during that time. John actually came back to Kenai this summer from June to August, and he was able to gather more photos and more videos for us, which was something we wanted to do anyway. It was going to be a part of our plan. But fortunately, he was able to come up here and capture that footage for us. And we created this digital footprint online that can actually continue to tell this story, continue to excite locals. And so the I Love Kenai footprint, including the website, includes Pinterest with some beautiful photos of Kenai. When you click on these photos, either go back to the City of Kenai's website, they go to the I Love Kenai website, or somewhere else where people can learn about that. It also includes Instagram, and the beauty of Instagram is that we're actually submitting original photos up there, but we're also sharing photos from locals who've been taking photos here in the community. We have an I Love Kenai YouTube page with some of the videos that we created. Really great footage here. And then, of course, we have a Facebook page as well. My presentation, there we go. We have the Facebook page as well. And we're continuing to promote the city both internally and externally. We also worked on the Kenai Silver Salmon Derby last year. We designed the poster, and from that poster we created the website as well as the tickets and the banners. From March to August, my team was working on promoting the event online, and I was actually on the phone calling business members to see if they might be able to contribute for sponsorship. That was me calling folks. I really thought during the pandemic that this would be a really, really difficult thing to do. And I was delighted that so many business members contributed $9,250 in sponsorships last year, which is a 362% increase over the year before. That was incredibly delightful. I was very proud of that accomplishment, and I'm looking forward to working on that again. We also were able to generate $2,910 in ticket sales, and relatively, that's a little bit of a drop. It's really kind of flat. I think during a pandemic, I think some people were really just looking to try and stay indoors or maybe not participate as much. However, overall, this was a really successful event, in my opinion, because the proceeds to this went to the Kenai Community Foundation. And I know that with the sponsorship level that we had, we were able to contribute a significant amount of money and value to them. So we also did the Capturing the City contest. And we did this actually in conjunction with the Chamber. They supported us in our marketing there. What we were doing was actually inviting the community to submit photos online, tag the I Love Kenai page, use the tag for Capturing Kenai. And this was a contest where we really wanted them to focus exclusively on pictures from within the city. Again, our goal is to try and get as much of this out there in the public, not only for locals, but also for people who've never discovered Kenai. We saw that as a tremendous success, and we actually selected we had a selection process, but there was some randomization to it, and the winner was able to get a gift bag with some I Love Kenai branded material here. We're looking forward to doing that again with the chamber, probably sometime this summer. We also assisted local businesses, and this was part of the small business grant that we had the opportunity to be a part of. We assisted 24 businesses with their marketing efforts, and we provided them with a variety of different services within our capabilities. This is just kind of a small snapshot. We designed some websites, we did some social media advertising, some digital advertising. Some other things that aren't listed here is we did some graphic design, we even did some banner ads on KSRM radio. And I continue to actually visit with these business owners. I've left the door open. If they want to ask me a question of any kind, if they want any kind of free consulting, happy to assist them with that. And since I've been in town, I've been actually visiting with them. And this is just a sample of some of the businesses that we had the pleasure of working with during that time. And we designed the street banners, which I'm so excited to see have been going up. Thank you. For us, this is really special. Obviously, it promotes the city of Kenai, but it's a visible change of the great things that are happening here on the local level. It really is this sort of daily reminder that you're in a very special place. They're beautiful, and I'm looking forward to seeing many more of those go up. We envision that these are at the entrance, all the entrances to the city, so that psychologically, as you're driving into the city of Kenai, you're not just driving into a city, you're driving into the best place to Alaska. You're driving into someplace very special. And I think both for locals as well as for travelers or people who are looking at Kenai, that this slight visible change here will make a tremendous impact on them as they come in and day out. We also have been promoting Kenai, so we do public relations, and every opportunity that we could to bring attention to the city of Kenai and any sort of press, we would pitch for it, or we would try and send in some sort of press release. A great example, which just happened and I'm pretty proud of, we submitted a pitch. We actually had a writer that reached out to us saying, you know, would you be willing to submit a pitch for 25 best beach towns in America? I'm sure they did this with quite a few people. We submitted Kenai, had no idea whether or not they would select it or not, and we made number 3. There are 2 California cities that are actually lower than Kenai, Rhode Island, there's a few other places. I was pretty thrilled about this. I honestly didn't know that this was going to happen because this is something we worked on last November. So I'm pretty excited about that. And we started to actually deploy our campaign. So one of the things that we really had to focus on was, you know, we're doing this work internally to really excite people about where they live. We're also looking to try and attract businesses or workers or families that want to move somewhere where they can be a part of this. And so starting in February this year, we had enough video, enough photo, we had a campaign put together, and we really started to deploy this message externally within Alaska and some other markets. And the goal is for relocation. You know, as I said, families and businesses. This is a highly targeted campaign that's based off of a lot of research and analysis that we did. And specifically what we wanted to find were who are those people who are most likely to move or relocate a business. And the approach that we take is what we call a branding and awareness campaign, which means we are introducing Kenai to them possibly for the first time. We're not specifically telling them to do anything just yet. We just want them to know that this place exists. And we're giving them the opportunity to see beautiful imagery and to see some really amazing things and pique their curiosity, start their journey to learn more about the city. So in terms of target markets, we did quite a bit of research into those locations within the United States where people are actively searching for real estate here on the Kenai Peninsula. And the data that we grabbed from was Realtor.com's third quarter cross-market demand. So what you see on the map here represented by these circles are people actually within the United States that are looking at Kenai Peninsula already. And our goal is if we can introduce Kenai as this option for them, they'll come here instead of moving somewhere else. The other thing that we did here was we actually went to message boards and forums and Facebook groups online, and we read why were people leaving where they were right now. We read their complaints, we read their concerns. We really tried to focus in on what's the push factor and how can we position Kenai as a magnet to attract them here. And so with the budget and the scope that we had to really identify where could we do this the most effective and where would it be easiest for people to come here. And so we focused on the Pacific Rim. Obviously Alaska is an obvious choice. We also focused along the states along the West Coast. And we tried to take an approach for our campaign that would be very unusual. We wanted it to be beautiful imagery. We wanted it to have a statement that they could relate to, but we also needed to make it somewhat entertaining or something that would pique their curiosity. So I don't know if you remember Mad Libs back in the 70s and the 80s, and I think these actually came out in the 60s. And it's a word game where you have a story that has blanks that you fill in the blanks, and it turns into kind of a funny story. We took what could we say to people in an amusing and clever way that would get them to realize what's special about this place that they're missing at home right now. And so we came up with a variety of ads. In this case, my other car is an airplane, which is a classic bumper sticker. And in this case, council member Nexted looking dapper next to his Cherokee 180. We have after work traffic jam, which this was a lot of fun. This gentleman, Kurt, was really great in accommodating with us. Move Like You Mean It, a scene of Kenai during the summertime so people know that it's green. You can wear short sleeve shirts. And of course, the words move is a play on somebody's desire to leave and come here. Wake up and smell the fresh air. We know that people are sick of smog. They're sick of smells. We know that they're looking for a place with beautiful scenery where they can go and really achieve this lifestyle that they're looking for. And this one's my personal favorite, more strolls, less tolls. This is particularly popular within the cities, as you can well imagine. I live in Austin, we have too many toll roads. We also have the videos, I'm up for time. So we have all the videos available on the YouTube page. I invite you to go check those out. I had hoped to be able to play one for you tonight, but I don't think it's gonna work out. So I have some data to share with you to show you just how effective this campaign is. So if you'll forgive me and take a couple more minutes here. And before I do, I want to really just kind of cover a couple of like basic terminology. So an impression is a single time that an ad is seen. So if I see an ad once, that's one impression. If I see the ad 3 times, that's 3 impressions. Reach is the total number of people that are reached by a campaign or by an ad. So everybody here sees an ad, everybody here would be the reach. And then a session is a single visit to a website. So with those numbers, again, we deployed these in February and in March, and the numbers I'm sharing with you here are really just 2 months worth of data. We had over 2 million impressions, which means that there were over 2 million views of our advertising and of our messaging just with this campaign alone. The videos have been viewed over 1 million times. And our reach, cumulatively for February and March, was just under 1 million people. Now, this number here, in terms of sessions, this is website visits in a 2-month time. And that number is significantly smaller, but again, we're not asking them to do anything just yet. We're really just trying to let them know that Kenai exists. It's this beautiful place and it has these things that you're looking for. But still, with 2,400 people going to the website, it's not like they just hit the website and then left. On average, they spent their time going and looking at 2.5 pages worth of information. And when I looked at those pages and actually looked at the data, they were reading things on the front page, but then they were going in to explore work. They were going in to explore the homes here. So we looked at this as a really great opportunity to continue to inform. And at some point, we are going to pivot and really try and bring more people to that website. So how did we do? You want to see the Pacific Rim here in terms of where people were coming from this campaign. And we know that within some of these bigger cities, people are looking to make a move. Certainly the pandemic made them realize that living in the cities where they were or living where they're at right now doesn't represent the best opportunity for them. When you take a look at Washington State and Oregon, again, although you can see the darker blue is clustered around the cities, there's actually dots that go throughout the state and some of the interior. But what was most surprising to us is that even though we focused on the Pacific Rim, this was actually our total reach. So if you remember the map where we saw people who were actively looking for real estate here on the Kenai Peninsula, it tracks and correlates exactly with the people who were responding to our messaging. People as far away as Florida, people in Texas, the Heartland, the Midwest. We know that they're looking at Kenai now. And our hope is that as people start to realize, what an opportunity that Kenai represents to them, they'll not only come as a family, but they can start businesses here. There's the opportunity for entrepreneurship. So that brings us to today. And so what I have here to show you is what we're working on now and what we plan on working with in communication with the administration in terms of our goals. So I'm happy to reveal the new poster for the Kenai Silver Salmon Derby. If you notice, every year is different. This year we decided to go with a vintage travel theme, vintage travel poster. Following this week, we're actually going to start updating the Kenai Silver Salmon Derby website, and we'll start commencing with our promotions. And again, I'll be reaching out personally to see if I can bring some of those businesses back to contribute towards the Kenai Community Foundation. And we are going to be supporting that with any opportunity that we can get this event in the press and really just raise more awareness of it. Moving forward, we're also going to be coming back this summer. John will be here June to August. I will be back personally July 22nd to July 30th. I'm looking forward to visiting with community members again. I'm going to be assisting John on those photo and video shoots. And I know that doesn't track with a council session, but I'm going to try and zoom in either before or after and certainly get an opportunity to speak with some of you personally. We're going to continue to promote the Best Place to Alaska. We're going to do that internally. And we're also going to continue to promote it outside of Kenai throughout Alaska and throughout the United States. And now it appears that travel is actually set to start up again. And I think people are feeling very excited. Vaccinations are going well nationwide, as well as can be expected. And there's people who are ready to get out. We believe that this summer is going to represent a really great opportunity. And so we have some very sophisticated, targeted ways with using the budget that we have to try and attract as many people here as possible. We want to try and bring them here to not only just check the place out, but we want them to stay. We want them to spend money at the restaurants. We want them to look at the beach. We really want to try and invite them to look at Kenai as their launch pad to their vacation on the Kenai Peninsula. And some of the data that we're seeing right now as far as travelers go is actually really exciting. So one of the things that we've seen is that research suggests that there's change. People have different priorities with how they choose their destinations right now. They're looking for outdoor destinations. People in the lower 48 have been cooped up for a year and they want to get outdoors and they want to be somewhere beautiful. They're also looking for hidden gems. They're looking for places that they've never been before. They're looking for places that others haven't been. They're looking for really new opportunity to experience this, and they're looking to stay away from crowds. And I feel like all three of those really bode well for the city of Kenai. The other interesting thing here is a lot of people who've been working from home are going to continue to work from home. And research is suggesting that somewhere around 30 to 35% of employees are actually going to be working remotely moving forward. What that represents, though, is an opportunity for them to work from anywhere. And so this concept of a workcation is actually starting to take off, where I could pick up my family and I can go somewhere like Kenai and spend 3 or 4 weeks here with great internet, comforts of a big city, and 10-minute drive, and I can be fishing, I can be hiking, I can be doing some really exciting things. And the other thing that we're seeing in terms of search data is people are now starting to look at Alaska as a winter destination. And we're still having conversations in terms of, how we could potentially present Kenai as their winter destination. I mean, certainly I've been here 3 times in the winter and I love it. But you have the opportunity to ride fat tire bike on the beach. You can go ice fishing. There's a variety of things that you can do here. You can go cross-country skiing at the golf course. And we're starting to figure out how we can pivot so that maybe we can create a whole new season here. And maybe there are some businesses that can rise to actually meet that demand. Additionally, I Love Kenai is a living document in our mind. We are going to continue to make improvements to it. We're going to optimize the shopping experience there so that maybe we can generate some more sales for the chamber. We're also going to start using this sort of digital footprint that we've created to not only have more messaging from the city-sponsored events, things that are happening here, but also try and provide it as a messaging platform for the chamber. And one of the things that we're looking forward to is actually communicating closely with the chamber this year and seeing how we can get in coordination to support one another. And then, of course, the other parts of our scope is branding, messaging, promotions, and uplifting the city of Kenai. So I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm sure you have some questions or comments.
Sure. Any questions for Mr. West? Councilmember Winger.
Yes, thank you for coming and giving that presentation. Have you looked at doing virtual tour of the city? I know that's gaining popularity with people not being able to travel. Have you looked at, since you're doing videos and that, of doing a virtual tour?
Not exactly a virtual tour, but we have tried to capture as much footage as we can to provide people the opportunity to see what Kenai looks like and sort of how that exists. I think there's some technology in terms of a virtual tour that we just haven't really been able to utilize. There's certainly some limitations in terms of what we can and can't do. And there are ways for people if they wanted to take a look at like what the street looks like. So one of the things that we're thinking about this year is maybe creating a series of videos that show people enjoying Kenai and living their lives here. Another concept that we've talked about is maybe following around one family, either travelers or locals, and just really capture small vignettes of what they're doing here. So there are some ways that we're trying to represent what life is like in Kenai, but the term virtual tour is not something that we've actually used. We're trying to figure out if we can do some storytelling through visuals to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Any other questions, comments for Mr. West? It was very informative. It's an amazing amount of work you guys have put into this. I like the sort of targeted data collection there that, the strategies you guys are using to try to, look at several angles instead of, how many people are coming here? What are we going to get people to come here? That's really great.
I think connecting the dots is one of those things that's always really challenging with place marketing. And, when we look at how last year treated the city of Kenai, our website was up starting around late spring. We were doing some things. We're always looking for, okay, have things gotten better or have things gotten worse? As we move forward, we're certainly going to be looking at, has there been more sales tax generated? Has there actually been more home sales here? And where are those folks coming from? Are they coming from some of the markets where we've actually been promoting? And then, like I said, we're going to try and build out the website more so that it can become as grassroots as we want it to and be able to support the messaging. And hopefully that can be an asset both for businesses as well as for locals here and anybody who's discovering Kenai for the first time. So yeah, we're trying to I have a dry erase board in my office, and I've just written the word scrappy up on it. And that's really been our mentality through all this. We want to try and be as successful as possible within the scope so that we can generate as much value for the community as we can.
Councilmember Glenn Denning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Here in the city, going forward, we have it in our view to try and feature our old town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we're working on identifying heritage buildings and the new construction that's going there, and then some of the excitement that is inherent there. And maybe if you could just put a little note in your pocket to help us, maybe some observation, not necessarily from the outside looking in, but from the inside, really looking inside, how we could accomplish that. And your input would be greatly appreciated.
I would love to be a part of that. I actually think that's a really great feature about the community here. I feel like there's this opportunity for it to really get a lot of notoriety and become a place that people want to go to. And I would love to see that. I would love to be a part of that, so thank you.
Vice Mayor Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Mr. West, I'm really impressed with your presentation. Particularly appreciate the data on, the impressions reach and outcomes from what you've been doing. That's really impressive, and I think you've given us a lot of value for the budget, that you mentioned. I'm just, I think I like all the different, media that you've been using to promote everything. And so I really appreciate your coming here to speak with us about it, and I'm impressed with the program. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna, like I said, now that I can travel again, I'm gonna try and be up here once a quarter, and keep you a little bit more in the loop of what we're doing. We're communicating with the administration about every week, and certainly we do video calls every 2 weeks. But I think being able to share what we're doing with you is really valuable. And of course, can always take tabs on what we're doing, but I am going to try and come up here more. So.
And if I may also, I wanted to note that Aaron Machicki was in one of the photos, and of course, Councilmember Next did, and it's great to have local people being featured, and appreciate them participating too.
Hope I didn't put you on the spot there with that. Everybody who participated in the photo shoots and the videos, it was really exciting to see how willing and happy they were to be a part of that process. We're trying to really showcase locals. And Erin Machicki was a lot of fun. She really jumped at the opportunity. There's a funny story behind that. Who we had called to do that did not show up, and we asked her, hey, you want to help promote Kenai? And she was there within like 20 minutes. It was really incredible. She was about to catch a flight to Juneau, so yeah, let's go walk on the bluff together. So yeah, it's been a real pleasure.
Thank you. Councilmember Naxon.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what the other council members said, and I thought I had a depth of the marketing that you were going to do, or I thought I kind of understood it, and I realized, especially today, that I didn't, that I way underestimated the depth. You just kept going deeper and deeper, and then it kept broadening out and deeper and more, and very impressed in the depth.
Thank you.
I had no idea.
Well, we see that, as one of the slides suggested, we see that as laying the foundation. And, the way we're looking at it moving forward now is, now that we have these tools and this blueprint, how can we use this to the best of our ability to support the business community, to support locals, and to try and use, what we've built as a magnet. Small victories, I'm super excited about the top beach towns. Coming from Austin, where it seemed like for a long time we were on every top 10 list, I saw every time that would come out, a new list, that more and more people were becoming really focused on Austin, and it was an afterthought in Texas for a long time. And, obviously managing and sustaining growth is one of those things that you're always looking at, but if we can really bring Kenai up to a level where people are interested in business investment, or if they're interested in starting a family here or buying a home, I think that that's just going to really contribute to the overall mission that we have. So we're going to really try and focus on that some more too.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes, just to follow up on, and Kenai was the third for the beautiful beach. Do you have a copy of that article, and could I get that from you?
I'd be happy to.
Okay,
yeah.
great,
Yeah.
thank
It
you.
actually showed up in 3 places. It was at MSN News, it was on Yahoo Finance, and then it's on this lifestyle site called Pure Wow. So I'm happy to share that with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from council? See none. Thank you, Mr.
again.
Lewis.
I really appreciate it. It's great to see you. And I fly out of here on Friday, and I will be seeing you again soon. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council at this time on any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? Ms. Brown?
Good evening, Brittany Brown, Executive Director of the Kenai Chamber. It's so good to see you guys all here today. I'm here to give an update on the Shop Local and the grocery and household goods programs. I first just want to start by saying that these programs have stemmed so much excitement and news, not only just in our community, but all over the state. If you didn't know, Governor Dunleavy was at the Visitor Center yesterday for a press release, and it was his first press conference that he had since COVID, and he chose to do it in Kenai. And after the press conference, he stayed and he met with the Kenai Chamber and the Soldotna Chamber Board of Directors, and he went on to explain how he thought that the Kenai Peninsula, but went on even deeper and just said Kenai was the land of opportunity. And he pinpointed certain aspects of what we're doing here in Kenai as some things to be noted and very, very proud of. So, I want to put in to say that these programs are some of the things that his staff had particularly pointed out to my staff and said that they were very impressed and very thrilled to see what Kenai was doing, not only for their community members, but also for those surrounding communities. For the Shop Local and for the grocery program, both were open to those who shop in Kenai, not only who live in Kenai, but also who just shop. So that was wonderful to see. These programs brought people from near and far. We saw people from other states, from Anchorage, from Homer, from folks who were visiting family from Sitka. We saw folks from all over coming in and choosing to shop at Kenai. So that's just been amazing to see with these programs. The Shop Here All Year Kenai program has been up and running since February 1st. And at this point right now, we have 60 businesses signed up. We're continuing to see more and more businesses reaching out to get involved. So that's great to see. With those 60 businesses, we've currently paid out almost $190,000 in direct incentives. And thanks to the 1-month extension that was passed by the City Council, businesses are now able to advocate for more spending in the community. And we had a lot of businesses who reached out to just say thank you after we gave them the update of the extension, just saying thank you so much for allowing for us to continue on with this. It's been such a great program. So to go on with the grocery and necessary household goods program, that ending 10 days into the program was a ginormous success. So many families were impacted by this program, and even still to this date, we're getting more and more calls asking if there's going to be an extension, or just saying thank you to the city and for the chamber for having the program. So we're still working on finalizing the last of the grocery program payouts, and then we will have it all wrapped up. But thank you.
Any questions, comments for Ms. Brown? Vice Mayor Malloy?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Not questions. I just wanted to say thank you for the report and for, the work that your organization is doing, because the city couldn't do these programs for the public without your help. And I also wanted to say something I should have said when Mr. West was up here, which was I really appreciate the collaboration between the chamber and the marketing team. That's really positive to see. It's a benefit to the city, so I want to thank you for that too.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes, thank you, Brittany, for bringing this. I appreciate the updated numbers as well for the businesses, and I just wanted to say I appreciate everything your staff's doing. I know you guys are still doing normal business and getting ready for your big fundraiser in May, but they're diligently working hard. I know with the grocery store backing out, you guys had to fix a bunch of vouchers, which added a little extra level of chaos in there. But, they're managing well, and they're just a joy. So good job, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you for running and providing such an excellent program. I'm getting nothing but positive vibes from the community and on my telephone. And just one question. As part of the program, I'd probably be at the debriefing stage when we're done, but there was to be a matrix, and I see it's partially developed here, but maybe those folks that could maybe use a little assist in embellishing or promoting their business, and I'm sure you have that in your view. We don't necessarily need a report on it, but I just know you're going to follow through, and thank you for doing that. And I'm telling folks that is going to happen.
Any other questions, comments?
I'd also like to just say thank you to Council Member Askin and Council Member Winger for their volunteering of their time. Council Member Askin played a huge role in helping us with the grocery vouchers and getting those out. She went over and beyond, and same with Councilmember Winger coming in and actually spending a majority of some of her days there to help with the vouchers. So that was much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I'd like to just echo the comments from my colleagues up here with the hard work you guys have done in the partnership with the city. I did have one question. Is there, and nothing that you have to come back present on, but do we have a sort of fleshed out the demographics of the grocery program and who participated in that, not necessarily names, but by zip code or resident versus non-resident?
Yes, so we do have that information. We're compiling all of the final numbers and everything for the city administration. So Paul should have that one within the next couple of weeks once we've finalized the last of the exchange of vouchers for one of the issues that we had. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very good. Oh, I see Councilmember Glendening.
Yeah, and just as a follow-up, perhaps a companion piece would to prepare the same type of analysis for the Shop Here All Year that's going on now. And we'll have a good insight as to the effectiveness of our program and the focus.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
So that brings us to item, is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or *9.
Very good. That brings us to public hearings. We have the new item D1, which was the old D9, resolution number 2021-21, approving development incentives for lease of airport reserve lands for Schilling Rentals LLC on Lot 5A, Block 1, FPO subdivision 2018 replat. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you. I move to adopt Resolution 2021-21.
Second.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2021-21?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
Very good. Seeing no one wish to testify, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council.
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2021-21 is adopted. That brings us to item D2, ordinance number 3196-2021, accepting and appropriating federal funds from the Institute of Museum and Library Services passed to Alaska State Library for employee training. Pleasure of council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to enact ordinance number 3196-2021.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3196-2021?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation of council. Councilmember Glendening.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just a brief comment. I'm heartened to see that the library is focusing on continuing education for the library staff, and just shows their commitment to excellence and improving and updating the program that they offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, deliberation of council? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Askin?
Yes.
Councilmember Glendening?
Yes.
Councilmember Nextet?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Council on item D3, ordinance number 3197-2021, amending Kenai Municipal Code section 23.50.010, employee classification to amend the class, title, and range to include a capital projects manager. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Petty.
like to bring forth the ordinance 3197-2021 for approval.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3197-2021?
And on Zoom, you can unmute yourself or raise your hand.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Councilman Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yes, I will be supporting this, and it is a necessary and timely move to have this manager position created. And thank you.
Councilman Axtad.
Just to kind of elaborate on that a little further, some years ago, I looked at the Public Works Director position when it became available, and I frankly didn't want to work that hard. There was so much to do in the normal course of events, which included some projects, but we have a lot of projects out there. So I will also be supporting this because as good as our Public Works Director is, he can't do it all.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Askin?
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtat?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Next up, we have item D4, ordinance number 3198-2021, amending Kenai Municipal Code Section 1.15.130, telephonic participation to provide for remote electronic participation. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to enact ordinance number 3198, 2021.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3198-2021?
If you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yes, so this ordinance simply applies only to council. It would, once the emergency declaration goes away, it will allow council, if approved, to continue to have remote electronic participation by Zoom when council members are absent for business or medical reasons. And the initial cost of this is really minimal. So this doesn't deal with commissions or committees, and this doesn't deal with public participation. I'm hoping to come up later in the year with before maybe in May, working with the city clerk, who has a lot of work to do, with a policy that would allow the public to continue to participate remotely by electronic means. As we can see in tonight's meeting, there's a lot of benefit from that. But that's not on the table. This is only dealing with how we do our regular, special, and work sessions, allowing us to participate that way. And I hope, respectfully request council support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion from Councilmember Glendenning?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I wholeheartedly support this, and thank Vice Mayor Malloy for his leadership on this, and this just updates the means by how we can creatively and more flexibly communicate with each other when we're not present in chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Naxtat.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be supporting it as well. I have called in a few times, and it's rather difficult when you're sitting in a hotel room somewhere, and this will provide some visual too on that end. But it actually does two things. It'll help out the council member that's out there, but it also help the mayor. We've had, I think, 3 people call at the same time, and trying to keep track of them when you can't see them because they're really not in the room. They're just a box over there. Anyway, we'll have a face, we'll have something, and so I think that'll really improve the meeting experience.
Any further discussion? I'd just like to say that I do support this ordinance also. Pretty much continues what we've had, but allows the Zoom angle of that, which I which I appreciate at a nominal cost to the city. And it was interesting. I know when we did this, I think I sponsored the previous rewrite to our telephonic participation. It was a really long meeting about, how that would play out and people being gone. But the interesting part that I found about it, although there have been times where, we've had multiple council members missing, it hasn't been very often that even though that we're allowed to call in, I think people do feel like they have an obligation to be here, and it's better government. So it doesn't really expand the amount of time we can call in. It just sort of provides the different methods and means to do that. So anyway, I will be supporting this. Any further discussion? See none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes.
Councilmember Maxtet.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Councilmember Askin.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Next up, we have item D5. Ordinance number 3199-2021, conditionally waiving certain provisions of Title 17 Public Utilities and Enterprises related to penalty, interest, and shut-off for non-payment of fees for water and sewer utility customers that certified to the city that they were impacted by COVID-19 pursuant to the city manager's executive order number 2 during the effective period of the city's emergency disaster declaration. Pleasure of council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to enact ordinance number 3199, 2021.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3199-2021?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
Seeing no one, bring it back to council. Comments from council? Councilman Glendenning.
Yes, this ordinance very well reflects a discussion that we had previously here in chamber, and thanks to the administration for bringing this forward, and it's a well needed and necessary item to how can we say affect the needs of our community, folks who are impacted by this COVID, and we'll have a successful conclusion to the situation. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Maxtet.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Councilmember Askin.
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, we have item D6, ordinance number 3200-2021, accepting and appropriating an amendment to a COVID CARES Act for older adults and their caregivers 2021 grant passed through the state of Alaska for Kenai Senior Center expenditures in support of its response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Askin.
I move we approve ordinance number 3200-2021.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3200-2021? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. I will note that there is a recommended amendment to this ordinance. Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I'd be happy to make that amendment. And there is a slight change to what we have printed. The city manager pointed out that there's a point where there's a couple of whereases to be deleted, 6 and 7, I think, and it's 6, 7, and 8. So when I read that, it'll be a little different. So I'm going to go ahead and read all of them, and rather than separate them out. I move to amend the title of the ordinance to read, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Kenai, Alaska, accepting and appropriating an amendment to Title II grant pass-through the state of Alaska for Kenai Senior Center expenditures in support of its response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Amend the fourth whereas to read, whereas the state of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services Division of Senior and Disabilities Services requested proposals from current NTS grantees to provide additional support services to older adults and people with disabilities in the community during the COVID-19 public health emergency, and amend the fifth whereas to read, whereas the Kenai Senior Center has been awarded $22,000 amended to its fiscal year 21 NTS grant for services offered beginning March 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2021, and delete the sixth, seventh, and eighth whereases and replace the $XXXXX in section 1 to $22,000. Replace the federal grants amount in section 2 from $XXXXX to $22,000. Change the equipment amount from $XXXXX to $18,000, and change the supplies amount from $XXXXX to $4,000.
Second.
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested on the amendment. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the amendment is approved. That brings us to ordinance number 3200-2021 as amended. Any further discussion? Councilmember Askin.
Can I request a unanimous consent?
This is-
Or not?
Yeah, it's an ordinance, so we have to, resolutions you can. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call roll.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty. Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Councilmember Askin.
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes.
Councilmember Nextet.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We're on item D7, ordinance number 3201-2021, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the airport fund and appropriating funds in the airport snow removal equipment capital project fund for the purchase of a snow removal equipment, multi-purpose broom/blower. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Nexton.
Move to enact ordinance 3101-2021.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3201-2021?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand or unmute yourself.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Discussion from council. Councilmember Nextet.
If it's okay, I'd like to, with the city manager, take the opportunity, if Mary Bondurant, since we won't have her here that much longer, can speak to the, I've told the council about the blower that we've had that you've been keeping together with baling wire and rivets and things, and the need for this. I was wondering if you might want to tell us about the equipment. You're here, so we're going to put you to work.
You're not retired yet.
Mayor Gabriel and members of council, thank you. Yes, we did not plan on this machine going down this year. We had it programmed for fiscal year 22, but it has gone down. We've had a heavy winter. We're down to one blower, and we do have extensive repairs that at a minimum would be $45,000. We several communications with the FAA, and they're in full support of bringing it into this year's program. I also did find out yesterday, and I let Paul know that this, to get this on the street and get an application in, this will be subject to 100% participation by the FAA. So,
Very
much
good.
needed, and it is a 300-day build out, so we need to get moving.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes, Ms. Bondurant, I would like to say thank you for your wonderful working relationship with the FAA and your due diligence and taking care of everything that's over there at the airport and finding exceptional ways to supplement and just make that airport the best that it can be. And I just graciously appreciate it. Thank you for this.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you. Yes, I want to say that I don't dispute what my colleague said, and I appreciate very much your service to the city of Kenai, and also, You're always really good about providing information to me as an individual council member when I needed it, and I really appreciated that, and wish you well in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Knox then.
Yeah, just one more thing about the grants. I mean, it's really easy from this end because these grants just come in and it's frequent through the years. And it would be interesting, and maybe it's not worth your time, but I think it would be interesting to us if you gave us an idea just how many dollars worth at some point of grants that you've received from your efforts since you've been with.
Well, I happen to know that answer.
Well, this isn't a setup. Cool.
I do. Since 2007, approximately $41 million. That's not including the recent, CARES funds and that. But yeah, approximately $41,000 since 2007.
41 million.
Oh, 41 million, sorry. Yeah, 41 million, yeah. So,
Councilmember Winger.
Yes,
and,
Oh,
true
sorry.
credit to the FAA with working with the city, but we have a really good, reputation and rapport with those people, and they like us a lot, so we have real money. And we just have great planners and a great project manager, and a lot of times, I get notification of, this grant's coming down the pike, and I might know some before they do and say, hey, are we gonna get any money? So I did call up yesterday and confirm that this American Rescue and Rescue Plan Act that was just passed by Congress has the intentions of providing sponsors relief for their share, which is a 6.25% for fiscal years 20 and 21. Of course, it's a first come, first served basis, so, we need to keep moving on it.
Councilmember Winger.
yes, I just wanted to say thank you. I know I haven't been on council for long, but I do know that you've been an invaluable asset to the airport and the city. So I just want to say thank you for your service and wish you the best in your next chapter.
Thank you.
And I just want to say that I appreciate the work that you've done over there, Mary. Getting through the terminal, rehab project, which was huge. I ran into you a couple times over there, and I know you were pretty exasperated working in a construction zone for that long. But I got to tell you what I'm really super excited about. 41 million. Was the F-22s coming to Kenai. I thought that picture of you in the Clarion was just awesome, and every time I see those coming, I think about the work you did to make Kenai an alternate, and that's very.
I did get a communication from one of the first two pilots that landed here, Toxic
And Dexter.
And he is now flying 767s for UPS.
Oh wow.
But he's still part-time in the reserve.
Very
And
good.
he said he really hopes and continues to have the relationship with Kenai that he does. That they all still continue to use us. And I did get, we had 6 of them down here last week. And I did get calls that people just thought that was the coolest thing they'd ever seen, so that made me feel good. No noise complaints.
Yeah, no. I just think we should make it a weekly thing almost. It's that neat. So I've actually stopped and when I've seen them taken off and just watched that. So very, very cool. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. And thank you for keeping our airport running so efficiently and seeing us through this major revamp. And your efforts are really appreciated. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, I don't have to color my hair anymore. It's natural.
Good luck, and you've deserved a
Thank
fun retirement or break here. Still send me pictures of your moose that you get, though. I want to see those every year. So we have ordinance number 3201-2021. Any further discussion for the purchase of a multi-purpose broom blower? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Councilmember Winger,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Askin,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Councilmember Nextet,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, we have ordinance number D8, or item D8, rather, ordinance number 3205 4-2021, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the general fund to provide funding for approved small business grant in excess of budget amounts for the grant distribution program for small businesses that did not previously apply for full assistance from the city in 2021. And just wanted to note that normally we don't do this. We haven't, for the roadmap to, what we're trying to do on this ordinance is normally we'd have it for introduction, one meeting, and then public hearing the next. But since we're trying to expedite this money, it's a little bit different process. So I just want to explain that for folks that are listening in. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to introduce ordinance number 3204, 2021.
Second.
Public. No problem. Any discussion from council?
Let's see, request unanimous consent?
Yep.
We can do that.
Introduction.
Yes, for introduction, yes. So unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, ordinance number 3204-2021 is introduced. Pleasure, council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move for a second reading of ordinance number 3204, 2021.
Second.
Any discussion on the request, motion for a second reading? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Winger,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Askin,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Councilmember Nextet,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. We have ordinance number 3204-2021, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the general fund to provide funding for approved small businesses grant in excess of budget amounts for the grant distribution program for small businesses that did not previously apply for full assistance from the city in 2020. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3204-2021?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
With that, we'll bring it back to council. Yeah, I was gonna say.
No.
Sorry.
I think we need the motion.
Yeah. We had a motion for adoption.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor Malloy.
thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move for adoption of ordinance number 3204, 2021.
Second.
Public hearing?
No, we just did it.
Okay,
We'll put it in correctly in the minutes.
thank you. That will bring it back to council. Discussion on the motion to adopt ordinance number 3204-2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Askin,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Councilmember Nextet,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Councilmember Winger,
Yes.
motion passes.
Very good. So we are enacted now?
Yep.
We're on to item D9.
Yep.
Resolution number 2021-20, adopting policy number 2021-01, procedures for selecting and appointing a qualified person or persons to fill vacancies on the city council. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Nexted.
Yeah, move to adopt resolution 2021-20.
Second it.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2021-20?
Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council? Vice Mayor Malloy?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I found one part of the policy to be a little bit confusing, and so I appreciate the clerk, putting a laydown for council to look at with an amendment that would clarify it. This is paragraph D5. You just see it as 5 on page 30. 6 of the packet. So my comment is that I would propose that amendment, but I don't want to do that if there's other discussion that people want to have, or I could do that and we could still have other discussion, whatever the body wants. Okay, then I'll go ahead and I'll move to amend D5 to read, once one of the candidates receives a simple majority of votes or the outcome is decided by lot, council will make and pass a motion to appoint that person to fill the vacant seat. And add the following sentence at the end of the paragraph, that steps D2 through D5 will be completed for each seat.
Second.
Okay. Vice Mayor Malloy.
And that's just to clarify what the intent is for the procedure, just because the original is a little bit more confusing in the text.
So just to clarify, can you just read the last sentence of the amendment for me again that you proposed?
Yes. So the last sentence would say that steps D2 through D5 will be completed for each seat.
Okay, very good.
Okay, and if there's any clarification needed, I would defer to the city clerk.
That's fine.
Do you need clarification? Yeah, that was,
I was just wondering, just kind of your nod, that was. I guess didn't muddy the waters.
yeah. So D5 is going to read, once one of the candidates receives a simple majority of votes or the outcome is decided by lot, council will make and pass a motion to appoint that person to the vacant seat. And then amending D2 to read what is already there. In the event multiple appointments are being made at the same meeting, the mayor will announce which seat is being considered, and any candidates eliminated during the first appointment process may be considered for subsequent appointments in the same process and meeting. And then we just added steps D2 through D5 will be completed for each seat.
Very good. Any discussion on the amendment, Councilmember Petty?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate that clarification, and it gives clarity to the process, so there's not any question. So I'll be supporting that.
Any other discussion on the amendment, Councilmember Naxton?
I appreciate the clarity too. I just thought it had to be more confusing, so I didn't go any further. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none.
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2021-20 as amended is before us. Any further discussion?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2021-20 as amended is adopted. That brings us to item D10, resolution number 2021-22, authorizing a budget transfer in the airport fund, airfield department, and authorizing an award of contract for sand screening. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to adopt resolution 2021-22.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2021-22? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Discussion from council. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, just thanks to the city manager for his attention to detail and fielding questions and seeing this through to a successful conclusion. His diligence is well noted.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, to the city manager, I was just curious who Triangle Recycling is or where they're from. I don't recognize the name.
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Naxted, the owner of Triangle Recycling, as I understand it, is Robert Peterkin.
Now I do.
Any further discussion on resolution number 2021-22?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2021-22 is adopted. Next, we have item D11, resolution number 2021-23, approving an administrative permit process for commercial removal of dead or dying trees from city property. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Axted.
Move to adopt resolution 2021-23.
Second?
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2021-23? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council, and I guess I could ask administration to give us a little brief overview of this resolution. I know this is a topic that's kind of just for the public's interest. I know there's been a lot of discussion on this topic. I've heard it recently on Sound Off in the community. So, and we got springtime coming along where this, what I understand, the spruce bark beetle would be propagating during the summer, hot summer months. So time to mitigate, I think, is now. So anyway, that's Mr.
Sure.
Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and Mr. Bloom may be able to add some additional information as well. But actually, the week after our last council meeting, I had some local folks come in that have a commercial tree clearing operation, and they were asking if they could come onto city property and clear dead and dying spruce bark beetle trees. And they said at the time that there wouldn't be any charge to the city. We tried to fit them within our current permit, which allows for private individuals to remove dead and dying trees from city property, but it didn't work. So we told them that we would put this in front of council for your consideration. So if there are commercial operators that would like to come in and remove trees at no cost, they could go through this permit process. So Mr. Bloom put this permit together, and in talking with the borough, they actually have a slightly different permit process, a land use permit process that they use that's similar to this, that they have had some folks take advantage of. So I'm hopeful beyond just the folks that I talked to, hopefully there are other commercial entities that are going to want to take advantage of this, and we can get some of these trees removed from within the city limits.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes, thank you. Through Mayor Gabriel to Mr. Ostrander, I appreciate administration working on this. I have a concern about what we're going to do with the slash. My understanding is these commercial entities won't have to really do anything with the slash. So can you tell me what our plan going forth on the slash would be?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Winger. I might defer to Mr. Bloom on this one since he did do some of this work when I was out of the office last week, so he may be able to answer that question more effectively.
Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Winger. First of all, Bob Frates was instrumental in helping put this together as well. I don't want to take the credit for it, but maybe I'll take the blame for it. We don't really we left it sort of open on the slash because by our code, we know that it has to be removed from the property. We also know that some of the commercial operators aren't willing to do it. I think the margins are just too small. So we left it open to where we will work with them to figure out a plan to get the slash removed, and before a permit's issued, we'll have that plan in place.
Councilmember Winger.
Is there a plan that we can maybe put an area? I'd like to see maybe 2 slash areas in Kenai, one over on one end of town, maybe by the Readout area, one at the other end of town, Beaver Loop area. So if they're clearing on, depending on what side of town, it's more convenient, where when they do go into city properties and get the slash, that they can bring it to this specific area where we will then deal with it. I would hate to see slash piles piled up for a week here, a week there, because we know we run a small crew. I don't want to overtask them on removing. So is there a way that in our plan that we can ask them to bring it to that location and then we will gladly deal with it from there?
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Winger. I mean, right now, I think everything's on the table. We don't have a plan in place, but we know we need to get these trees down and removed, and we understand that the slash has to be removed from city property, so I think we're just gonna work with the contractors on their abilities, their needs, and our ability to provide them space and manpower.
Thank you.
I guess just to expand on that, Mr. Bloom, would there be an allowance like to allow like this time of year where there's a clear area? I to do burning. I did my beach site last year about this time of year and had quite a bit of slash that it was actually a pretty good way to dispose of that. But just curious about that.
Thank you. I believe we do allow burning as long as a burn permit from the fire department is secured prior to the burning. So that's an option, given
Very
the
good.
time of year.
Yep, thank you. Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that this resolution and some interest in removing the trees and of course, removing of the trees is the big thing here, period. Got power lines and all that. With slash on the ground is something just about anybody can pick up and whatnot, and we can deal with that as the time comes.
I guess I had one other. So would you be envision, a contractor that would come in and do they sort of delineate the area that they would like to remove trees from, or would it be a collaborative effort if there was trees in that area the city would like to see removed, that we could have them do that at the same time, or would it be just specific to the ones they want to remove? Mr. Bloom or Mr. Ostrander, either one.
Yeah, part of the permit application is for them to ask and for us to permit where they want to cut trees. I mean, it's not a citywide, they can't just get a permit and go cut trees anywhere on city property. So that's included in the application process is where they would be cutting.
Yeah, I guess my point was is that if they were going to go into a certain area and cut down Spruce Park, there was a public benefit to them, cutting adjacent property, on city land. If that was, something, is that negotiable with them to accomplish that?
You mean for us to pay them to do it?
Or no, for them to as a condition of the permit?
Oh yeah. Oh, if they want some trees, they have to cut these too?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can address that. Thank you, through the mayor. It kind of works both ways. With the non-commercial permit that we have now, I've seen a little bit of, use of, people taking advantage of that, but kind of works both ways. I've had people call that, wanted to get some wood, but needed some ideas of where. And then other people call and they have a pretty specific targeted area. So I see the commercial tree removal permit working pretty similar to that, where they could call up and ask for suggestions, but people are certainly gonna have their own ideas too, where they could go cut. Just so long as it's city property and we can go vet it and make sure everything's all right.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, and I support this resolution. I'm not.
Right.
I just want to get a little more information for that. Councilman Raskin.
Does anybody have access to like a wood chipper where we could chip some of the slash or not? Would that be an option?
The city currently does not have a unit like that. Certainly can be rented. I know they're very, very expensive to rent, yeah. But that is an option, so.
The end result is I think we want to eradicate the beetles. So, and that's I think part of why we're removing even the down trees from on site too. So,
correct.
I think we'd have to verify that the chipping would eradicate the beetles and accomplish the mission. I think just a thought off the top of my Any other questions regarding this resolution? Thank you, Mr. Frady's. Appreciate it. Seeing no further,
Request
Councilmember
unanimous
Nexon.
consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2021-23 is adopted. Next, we have item E1, minutes, regular meeting of March 17th, 2021. Mr. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just one minor correction to the minutes. It would be on page 60 of our packet. It's under item K2, council comments, and at the end of the first paragraph, where it reads representation on the Kenai Peninsula Borough Board, please delete the words Borough Board and add the words Planning Commission. Thank you.
Was that a motion to amend?
It was intended to be a motion, yes. I move that.
Second
Move to approve the minutes with the correction of amending K2 under Councilmember Glendenning's comments to remove the word board and replace it with Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, is there a second?
Or just Planning Commission?
Planning Commission.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not as, so I would second that motion.
Any discussion on the motion to approve as amended, the minutes as amended?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the motion carries and the minutes are approved as amended. That brings us to,
Could I request an at ease, please?
oh, I'm sorry, yes, absolutely. Take a 10 minutes at ease. back on record. Next up, we have, let's see. Just lost my place. G5, action approval, special use permit to Kenai Home Builders Association for the use of the Kenai multipurpose facility. Pleasure, council. I'd like to have a discussion on that. Councilor Winger?
I just want to say I think this is great that they want to bring this to Kenai to get it to go on. And I remember when the Kenai River Festival was in Kenai over behind Louis there before it moved to Soldotna. So I'm excited to see a Soldotna event. Was I supposed to make a motion to second that or I heard discussion?
Yeah, no, we don't have to move it on the floor. We can have a discussion about it first because it's not a resolution or an ordinance, and then but we will have to move, yes, for approval.
Okay.
I guess I had a question for Paul. So the Kenai Home Builders Association, is this in conjunction with their event over at the Sports Center, their annual home show?
Oh.
I hate to put you on the spot there, but, or is it a separate event?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. It's my understanding is that their home show is going to be at the Kenai multipurpose facility this year. And Mr. Frades can probably expand on that. He's been the one that's been discussing this with them. So Bob, if you wouldn't mind expanding.
Mr. Frades?
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you. So Kirsten Ray called a few weeks ago, and they just lost the ability to use the not the multi-purpose facility, but the sports center, just because of conflicts with, scheduling conflicts. So this was, I think, a great opportunity for us, and I think she asked if they could hold the home show in Kenai, and I'm like, well, yeah, of course. So it'll be a scaled down version of what you've seen over the years. By their choice. Some of that might be COVID related, but yeah, it should be a pretty good event.
And I presume the ice would be out of the facility?
Yes, sir.
Then, okay.
Yep.
Councilman Winger?
Yes, I actually have a question for Bob on this. I know the city had, before I came on, had purchased a series of tents that were being used at the schools. I wasn't sure if there was a chance that we could use those to set up on the outside to maybe assist with more vendor booths or locations for them that would be covered.
Yeah, so through the mayor, Councilwoman Winger, I would probably defer that back to the city manager. We certainly have tents. I didn't offer them and they didn't ask, but.
Mr. O'Connor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gable. Councilmember Winger, it's not a request, like Bob said, that they have asked us for. Those tents were intended to be used for events within the city, and so it's something that if they did ask, we would consider it. The ownership of those is so new, we haven't set up a fee schedule or anything like that for what we would rent them for, so we'd have to come up with that. But, again, if they asked, we would talk with them about it. Just hasn't happened yet.
Do you think maybe it could be something that we could suggest that we have those if they need to use them and then work out on that? Maybe they haven't asked because they don't know. Maybe it's something that we could at least offer so that we're being good host as well.
Mr. O'Connor?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Winger, we certainly could. There is a significant amount of effort on Bob's folks' part to set those up, so I'd have to talk to Bob about it first, but if it's something that he thinks his folks are able to do and there's a fee that's commensurate with that would make it worth our while to compensate us for the time that it takes his folks, we would consider it.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the action approval item?
Need a motion to approve it.
Yep, that's where we're going. Head in that direction. Councilmember Naxon.
Yeah, I guess along those lines, I mean, I really like the idea of them being set up here and the number of people that potentially can come into our town and anything we can do so that they will want to return next year. I know you guys go above and beyond anyway, and that's appreciated, but, they might just find that this might be a better location for them. Maybe we're easier to work with, I don't know, but anyway. I would hope that, we can woo them into just staying here, kind of work in the inertia, if as it were,
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Can I entertain a motion to approve? Vice Mayor Malloy.
I'll do that. Move to approve the special use permit to Kenai Home Builders Association for the use of the multipurpose facility and requesting unanimous consent.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? I know Mr. Malloy has his light on, but I don't think he's objecting. Seeing no objection. The special use permit is approved to the Kenai Home Builders Association. That brings us to item G6, action approval, confirmation of mayor nomination for appointment to beautification committee. Pleasure, council. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Glendenning.
Yes, I move to approve the mayor's selection for the beautification committee appointment. Do you need the name or just the generic?
Yes, it would be, yes, it would be beneficial.
Okay, it would be Janet Phillips.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Requesting unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested.
Just
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, just a brief comment, and I'm glad to see that there are individuals that are interested, and you have a selection, and I know you chose wisely, and I would encourage anyone that put their name forward to be considered for a future time. Thank you.
Yeah, and I had Ms. Phillips is somewhat new to our community, but she's got a lot, like 18 years of working with different communities in parks and recreation, and had a really nice chat with her, and I think she'll do very well there. Thank you. Thank you, Council. Next, we have item G7, discussion condition of the Kenai Recreation Center.
I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session to discuss the conditions of the Kenai Rec Center pursuant to AS 4462-310C1, a matter of which the immediate knowledge may have an adverse effect upon the finances of the city.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Glendenning. Discussion on the motion. Vice Mayor Malloy.
I guess I'm not sure why we would need to have an executive session. So maybe there could be a little discussion regarding that. I know that we have an issue with respect to water leakage and everything and damage, and that's an issue that's been in the center for a couple of years, and we did do a project a year or two ago to try to hot map the roof, and we do have a capital improvement project that involves replacing it too, and we've had roofs leak. We had also a leakage over at the senior center, and we talked about that kind of in public too. So I guess everybody that goes there can kind of see that the facility needs a repair, and we have a plan for that. So I guess I'm not really sure why we can't discuss that in public, and so maybe you could help me out there. Thank you.
Councilmember Weiner.
I would have been happy to discuss some of these issues in public, but I was advised by Attorney Scott Bloom to request the executive session because some of the things that would be mentioned could be a liability to the city.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Councilmember next then.
Well, I do know that we have building officials that take care of, we have a lot of buildings, and all of them at one time or another, like a home, have problems, and I think, based on what I know about it, that most of the issues, if not all, are understood and in some kind of process over there at this particular facility. It's known information. So I would think that if we want to know about the condition of the rec center, I want to hear it from one of our professionals, our city manager, one of those. And unless somebody here in council is an expert structurally or in roofing or whatever that might be, I think that the question would just go back to our city manager on what that condition is and explain it.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
So, I understand your point, and so one thing that would be good to know is anybody from administration going to be invited to the executive session? Like sometimes we want to hear comment from the city manager or the city attorney, and when you do the motion, you may say that and you invite them to attend as needed. And so I guess I would be more inclined to support an executive session if some of the administration was invited to attend and participate as needed. But again, as far as the public is concerned, I'm not really sure that this is really an adverse effect on the city of Kenai. So I'm kind of going two ways about it, but if administration was invited, I'd be more tend to support it. Thank you.
Would you care to revise your motion, Councilman Weir? You just amend it to include either the city attorney or city manager, or both, as needed.
You just want me to restate it with the amendment, or do I just?
Oh,
need
you just
to
add
amend?
that to it.
Okay. I'd like to amend to invite our city manager and city attorney, as well as finance director, to the executive session.
Concurrences.
I'm good.
Oh.
Sorry, Mayor Gabriel. I was going to respectfully request that Ms. Winger ask Terry Eubank to participate too, but she did, so.
Oh, okay, very good. Any further discussion on the motion to convene an executive session? Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I think I have a question for the city attorney who provided the advice. Are you providing advice to professional opinions or layman opinions, or why did you suggest that we go into executive session?
Mr. Bloom.
Thank you. I spoke with Ms. Winger and asked her, she had a couple of very narrow, specific topics that she wanted to discuss that I thought could have financial impacts on the city if they were discussed publicly, and I can speak to those in executive session, and I think it would be a very limited topic. It's not to the general condition of the building, but to specific concerns that Ms. Winger expressed to me.
Any further discussion on the motion to convene? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Askin?
No.
Councilmember Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet?
No.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Motion passes.
So we'll convene into executive session. Thank you. Councilmember Winger?
Yes, the council met in executive session with administration to go over the Kenai Recreational Center and repairs that were needed.
Thank you. Next up, we have item G8, spruce bark beetle mitigation planning. Ms. Winger?
Yes, I just want to kind of piggyback this on the commercial removal. Unfortunately, I wasn't made aware that there would be a resolution coming forth on this issue. I think that's a great step, but I did get to speak with Senator Michicki during his public town hall meeting, and he asked if the city had a plan going forth that to be able to request federal funding to work on the spruce bark beetle mitigation planning. I believe after talking with Mayor Charlie Pierce that the borough would be happy to work in conjunction with the city by passing a resolution in hope that the city of Kenai would pass a similar resolution so that we can get federal funding. It does seem like federal funding would be secured to really help combat the spruce bark beetle to a fuller scale. So this is something they were wanting us to discuss and look at going forth with the resolution as well. Senator Michicki said sooner than later before they get too much further in their budget discussions so that they can get the funding budgeted for this program.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I had to remove, well, first off, let me say that if there's federal funding available that the city may be able to use to help, private business and private homeowners, so that it's allowable to use those funds for, that purpose. That would be a good thing. Personally, I had to have 10 trees taken out of my yard this past summer, and it was expensive. And there's more. So we can't use public funds for a private purpose, but maybe there's a way that this is a public purpose if it comes from another funding source. So I certainly would support that.
Yeah, Councilmember Winger, you said that federal funding is available, that Michicki has something to do with. Are you saying that the state of Alaska is receiving federal funding that we would be receiving from the state? What is his role there?
So my understanding from Senator Michicki was just that it was federal dollars that he would be able to get in here, something too that they would be able to work on allocating through budgets. So how he's able to do that, I haven't sat down with him more in depth to find that out. I do know from Senator Michicki that funding could come into our area if we were to get a resolution to him. I do know from speaking with Charlie Pierce that they will put together a resolution from the borough end of it as well to seek federal funding for this program. So if that's state dollars or federal dollars, that would only be seen in time. But I have been assured that they would work on getting the funding for that.
Yeah, I would just offer this too as part of the discussion in our comprehensive plan. We do have fire-wise considerations. In other words, it is a public concern, a public need for the city that the hazardous danger trees and brush be dealt with, and so that would be a point in our favor. Thank you.
Yeah, it would be nicer if there was a value to those trees that, obviously there would be some incentivized, incentivization to get out there and, but I agree that there's, not only us, the borough, the refuge, everybody's dealing with it. It seems like there was actually a really good sound off program here this week regarding the spruce bark beetle and sort of how that all works and cycles. And my neighbor was down Easter Sunday cutting down trees that were impacted. So, yeah, it's definitely a concern and getting worse. But they said that within 3 years, I believe the number was 80% of the mature spruce would be infected. That's big. Councilmember Petty.
I appreciate Councilmember Winger sharing with us the possibility and opportunity for state or federal dollars. However, I do want to remind us all that state and federal dollars are tax dollars. I really do appreciate administration coming up with an opportunity that would help our commercial businesses here in town to help mitigate this situation. And I know I would like to encourage private citizens to take personal responsibilities for the trees that are in their own yard. And I bought a chainsaw, and I have chainsawed my own personal trees and put in sweat equity. And so with the independent minds and independent wills of Alaskans, they're not wanting government intrusion. And so not expecting government intrusion, but having your hand out all the time seems a bit incongruent. I do want to make sure that our city is fire-wise, and it is a concern, but I don't always want to have our hand out for monies, which translates into tax dollars, and they do come from somewhere. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Sorry. Any further discussion? Councilmember Raskin.
Mr. Bannock was the head of the spruce bark beetle program that we had. I wonder if he would provide some input. Maybe they may have equipment and stuff mothballed from that project, because I think it's dead now, isn't the project is like stopped?
Yeah, but I think that was under the borough.
Yeah.
Yeah, the borough. And at that time, there was actually some commercial value to the beetle kill, which made it somewhat doable. Any further discussion? I appreciate the topic. Seeing none, we'll move to...
Just one thing, Mayor. Yeah, with spruce bark beetle kill, time is of the essence with it. You're familiar with the property I have out there. One summer, everything was pretty good. I had an offer to take it at some pretty good bucks. The next year, it was dead. Salvage logged it. There was over 40 truckloads taken out of downed and dying timber taken to Homer. Remember when they had the chipping mill? Mm-hmm. And I thought I got maybe $300 out of the whole thing. And then, of course, this winter, I too had all my trees taken out of my backyard. I found someone to do it for $50 a tree because he wanted the firewood. The wood was still in that good condition. So anyway, time is of the essence. So I think it's on our agenda, it's in our view, and we can take care of it.
Okay, moving on. Item G9, discussion hazard pay for city employees. Councilmember Winger.
Yes, so hazard pay has been a big discussion. You can see that in the handout that I provided with this discussion. Hazard pay has been addressed on state levels as well as county, borough, municipality levels. One thing we haven't done is anything on the city of Kenai level as far as hazard pay. Per auditing, we can't call this first responder bonus. It has to be labeled hazard pay to successfully pass through the audit process. So with that, I would like to provide a hazard pay to all of our city workers that didn't have the ability to safely work from home. A lot of these would be our building inspectors, the food delivery drivers for the senior service, our police department, our fire department, and dispatch. So these positions were deemed essential to the city operations. Many employees faced the unknown with us. They jeopardized their health and their family's health. Some may have been exposed and even fell ill. Many had to cover extra duties or shifts due to people being out. And many have secondary jobs that they were unable to work to because they were deemed our essential employees. So especially in those first few months, firefighters, police officers that have secondary jobs in construction or fishing were not able to leave our area to go work those other essential jobs because they were ultimately our essential employees. So many of them lost their secondary incomes. There were many companies in our community that did give hazard pay. So we have Fred Meyer, Safeway, Walmart. I had heard the hospital did, but I couldn't confirm that for sure. But there were many companies that gave a hazard pay of some sort during the pandemic. So I would also like to look at offering a hazard pay to those that worked for us bravely on the front line for our city, that had to interact with our public and keep our services going. And I'd also like to say thank you to all those workers for sticking with us through the pandemic. I will be working on legislation to go forth at the upcoming meetings. This is just really to get a direction from the body on what they would feel would be an adequate bonus. There's been many different amounts that have been put out there. $200 per month for the 12-month period would be $2,400. Was the suggested bonus. That falls in line in the packet, as you can see, with a lot of what other counties, municipalities did. Many gave $1 or $2 an hour raise. So if you did $200 a month, that would equal out to about a $2 an hour raise to our first responders or employees that were not able to work safely from home. A lot of how they structure these is they do award, say, $2,400 to the full-time employees, and then half of that, $1,200, would go to part-time employees. Again, this is something I'd like to recognize the employees that stuck with us and worked hard for us through the pandemic, some that were exposed and even fell ill. And I'd like to recognize them by offering a hazard pay. And I'd like to get some direction from council on what they would feel comfortable providing.
You know, probably what I would suggest, Councilmember Winger, is if this is something that you're going to be coming forward in as legislation, that it's probably better to just deliberate it on the floor and amend it if there's a desire from the body or you as a sponsor moving forward. I think it would be tough to, you know, I'm not really prepared to discuss this, to be honest with you, and I don't know how many other council members were, which might put them on the spot, but if this is something you're going to bring forward, you can bring it forward with what you would think would be the best amount, I guess, or course of action, and then it'd be deliberated and discussed at that point, I guess. That's my thoughts. I'm open to Councilmember Naxton.
Good backup would be what other municipalities in the state of Alaska have done, too.
Nothing. We would be the first in our state, first on that list, first to do anything.
Councilmember Malloy, or Vice Mayor Malloy, sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate your putting this on the table, and I appreciate some of the backup information. It's interesting to note several different states I've lived in earlier in my life that some of the municipalities have done something, and like in Connecticut and Colorado, and others haven't, and they've done, and that was at an earlier point in time than we're capturing now. Anyway, you know, I also don't have anything to offer in terms of specifics, you know, but I do appreciate your putting it out there so we have more time to think about it. Thank you.
Councilman Glendening?
Yeah, just thanks for the discussion that we have, and your point's well taken. We can go through the parameters and definitions and bring forward legislation. sometimes it's useful for a discussion item to discuss it and put depth and sideboards on it, as we have done in previous times. Other times it just said, well, okay, we'll think about it, and we go on with the legislation. So thank you for your comments.
Yeah, I appreciate the heads up on it. You know, in the background, you know, no issues there. Just, I just think it'd be better to liberate it out on as a publicly noticed, because that's essentially the discussion we would be having anyway. So, any other discussion? Very good. With that, we'll move to H1, Commission Committee Reports.
COVID response.
Oh. Sorry. Item G10, COVID-19 response. Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. We currently have one employee in COVID protocol. The hospital is no longer reporting hospitalizations daily, so I don't have an update on that. Just an update to council. State of Alaska, through the Department of Health and Social Services, is offering grant funds to municipalities to cover costs of both testing and or vaccinations. City of Kenai has been allocated up to $326,985, and we've been pursuing setting up a mobile vaccination clinic. Actually, Tony Pryor, the Kenai Fire Department, is one that's been working with DHSS on this. So we are going to set up a mobile vaccination unit that will allow us to respond anywhere really in our area to provide vaccinations to folks that are unable to get out of their homes or just choose not to. Also allow us to take that mobile vaccination clinic to the canneries to provide vaccinations as those seasonal workers come in. The majority, actually all of that, will be paid for through this DHSS grant. I'm not certain whether we'll get up to the full $326,000 because it is a reimbursable grant. But council will be seeing that at your next meeting, an ordinance appropriating that money for that purpose. Also wanted to give a quick update on the senior center. So dining room meals begin on this Friday, April 9th, so they're actually going to have meals in the dining room. It's going to be an RSVP. They can RSVP between 8 and 11 in the morning, and they're going to limit the seating to 36 at this point. They're going on Tuesday, April 20th. They're going to add Tuesdays for in-house dining. Group activities are going well, regular attendance, medical transportation. Even though we've been providing that now for a while and advertising it, it's pretty spotty, not being utilized a lot. And the last thing is that traffic in and out of the senior center has been pretty steady over the last couple of weeks. People with individual appointments and with some of the classes and such that are going on. And that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions of the city manager on COVID-19 response?
Not a question, just a comment. Really happy to hear about the potential for the mobile vaccination clinics. One thing is making it easier for people that do want to get vaccinated to be able to have that. And so if you thank Chief Pryor for that too. Thank you.
Mayor Gabriel, if I could add just something that I forgot to say. So along with working with DHSS, it's actually a collaborative effort between the City of Soldotna, the borough, and Soldotna Professional Pharmacy, and each one of those entities is providing a different portion of the response to increase the availability for vaccinations on the peninsula. The borough is providing the call center where they're the single point of contact for anybody who wants a vaccination. City of Soldotna is going to be providing, in concert with Soldotna Professional Pharmacy, actually a standing clinic that's going to be open and available all the time, and then we're providing the mobile vaccination aspect of that as well. And along with that, also Leslie Feltz from Public Health has been involved too, and they're funneling folks that contact them to us so that we can provide that service. So it is very much a collaborative effort between a bunch of different entities.
Yes, I was aware of the public health question, and I was told that they had Tony on speed dial. So it's a good thing. I know we'll have it well covered for our summer hires and what's coming here in the future.
Seeing no other discussion here, we'll move to commission committee reports. Council on Aging.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have no report, but our next meeting is tomorrow at 4:30 over at the Senior Center, and I'll be there in person. Thank you.
Awesome. Airport Commission?
Airport Commission meets here tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
Very good. Harbor Commission?
Harbor Commission meets next Monday, the 12th at 6 p.m. here.
Parks and Recreation Commission?
Yes, we met on April 1st. We had the presentation from former Mayor Pat Porter on the dog park, and our next meeting is May 6th.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Commission?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The next meeting is the 14th of this month. We met in regular session on March 24th, and there was a resolution concerning a preliminary subdivision plat of a property commonly known as RPMS, and the plat was submitted by Segashire Surveys, and it was approved unanimously, subject to conditions commonly applied by the Planning Commission. There was interesting discussion as a result of this resolution, and there was actually a lively discussion as to maybe why something was done or how a lot could be combined or expanded, and it was a very, very, very good discussion. Also, the Director Foster said he was going to be offering training for the new planning and zoning commissioners, which can be scheduled individually or as a work session before a future meeting. And that prospect was very well received by not only the new commission members, but some of the existing ones. And I said, if it's offered, I'll show up too. I'm not necessarily a professional student, but sometimes I need retraining. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautification?
We meet next Tuesday, the 13th.
Thank you. Mini grant steering committee. There is no report. Unread report of the mayor. Just hope everybody has had a happy Easter, and I'm planning on attending the chamber luncheon Friday with Representative Don Young as the presenter. With that, we'll go to City Manager, Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The concessions at the airport, both the restaurant and the bar, the contracts are scheduled to end at the end of the, either at the end of the fiscal year or before the end of the fiscal year. Because of the bidding environment that we're in right now, because air travel is still down and the revenue at both the bar and the restaurant is so depressed, we've decided to extend those month to month under the current contract or under the current lease agreement. So they'll be extended month to month until we feel that the bidding environment is such that it makes sense to go back out to bid on both of those. Terry did inform me that his goal is to have the budget to council this Friday. His goal was to get it to you on Wednesday, and I'll tell you, at no fault of his own, he didn't get it done. There were others within the organization that didn't get the stuff to them, including myself, in time to get that to you. So I did attend the governor's press conference yesterday. Jim Cockrell was nominated to be the new DPS commissioner. Jim Cockrell is a local resident, incredible individual. He was a former Fish and Wildlife officer and also was a lieutenant here locally. Worked with him in a previous job, and he's just going to be a great pick for that position. So really excited to see him come on with DPS. I also wanted, as far as the employees that are doing an outstanding job in the city, I'm actually going to mention 5 of them, and they're employees that really nobody ever sees. But they do an outstanding job, and if you think about it, it's evident the job that they do is outstanding. And that's the 5 individuals that keep our airport runway open 365 days of the year. Particularly this winter, was a really challenging environment, but we've got Jim Lackey, who is the supervisor of that group. We've also got Terry Russ and Matt Landry, who are permanent employees that work for him. And then we also have seasonal permanent employees. They come in for 5 months every year, and that's Brandon Huntley and Ben Grice. And those individuals do a great job. They're out there all hours of the night, just regardless of what they, when they're needed, they get out there and do it. And again, you land in an airplane there, you know that it's going to be taken care of, and they do an amazing job there. So hats off to the work that they did this winter. And I know summer's kind of their period to take a little bit of a deep breath, and it's well deserved. And then last is Bluff Project. We did issue an intent to award to HDR. Like I told you at the last meeting, we had 5 really good proposals. But the intent award was issued to HDR. Scott Curtin and I will be negotiating with HDR over the next couple weeks. The scope of the work needs to be better established, and the actual contractual amount needs to be established before we can bring it to council for your approval. Try to get that to council as quickly as we can, but there are several steps that need to be taken before we get to the point where we can bring it to you. And that's all I've got, but I'm happy to answer questions.
I understand we had a number of applicants for airport manager job. We got interviews.
Yeah, I skipped that right over that. I had a note here. Yes, we had 38 applications for the airport manager position, and it was surprising the quality of the applications. They were really excellent. I was concerned that we wouldn't have a lot of people with a lot of airport experience, but we really did. So we have scheduled interviews for this Friday. Really excited to see how those go, and hopefully we'll have someone that we can offer to here very soon.
Very good, thank you. Any questions, City Manager? Councilmember Winger?
Yes, I have a question. Being that we had to put more funds into that third round of grants, is there a need for businesses for a fourth round of grants that maybe didn't utilize the first or the second?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger, one of the things that initiated the proposal to do a third round is because we had heard from multiple businesses that had missed the first and second for whatever reason. I haven't heard of any. Certainly if we hear of businesses that missed on those first 3 rounds for some reason, we would consider bringing something to council, but I have not heard any businesses at this point. I think there was 3 or 4 separate businesses that I'd heard from in the months before we introduced that ordinance that had said that they missed those first 2. So I think that really supported the idea of doing the third round. Again, we haven't heard that to this point, that there's other businesses out there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other Councilmember Glendening?
Just an observation, Mayor. On my phone and my city account, I get prospects for information, and one that caught my eye was perhaps a rollout of what is coming from the $1.9 trillion that was just appropriated by Congress. They gave a little preview of perhaps what would be available to municipalities, to state governments, and all of that. And I think it's intriguing that this is available. I understand it'll be a little different, that any funds can be offered directly to a municipality. And I know when the information is there, we'll be investigating it and well apprised of it, and some of it dovetails with programs that we have, and others do not. But I'm interested in infrastructure, help with our bluff erosion, help with our roads, and also water, wastewater. There could be funding available for that, and to me that's all good news, and I know you're on top of it, but I just want to say that I will try and follow it more closely so I can be better informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Petty?
Just curious, where is HDR from, please?
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Petty, they're from Anchorage.
Any other questions of the city manager? Seeing none, we'll go to city attorney, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I do just have one short report today. Earlier this year, or maybe late last year, I talked to you about there was an item in the governor's budget to have the city pay for prosecution of misdemeanors. In working with AML as well as a few other municipalities, my understanding is that the first committee has recommended to remove that from the governor's budget, and I understand it's probably going to stay out of the governor's budget, so I just thought I'd report back to the council on that.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Your letter must have worked, huh?
I'm sure it was all my letter.
Any questions of the city attorney? Seeing none, we'll go to our city clerk, Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. I have no report, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just looking at what we introduced, your ordinance number 3202-2021 on rules of order. Appreciated your memo that summarized the changes. What I'd be interested in is maybe some, and I don't know if we need a training or not, you know, but for when we get to public hearing for your comment, you know, because some of the ones you summarized were, you know, about amendments, point of order, postponed to a certain time, and reconsideration, which are things that we kind of use regularly. And if there's anything about how we do that changes in the new edition, if you could let us know. Thanks.
Yep.
Any questions of Ms. Hines? Thank you, Jamie. With that, we'll go to citizens' comment. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council at this time? Is there anybody online? Jamie?
Anybody on Zoom that wants to speak at this time, you can unmute or use the raise hand feature. No.
Okay, very good. Seeing none, we'll go to council comments. Councilmember Weyer.
Yes, thank you. So I have been really digging in on some of the school activities. We have graduation coming up. I was really excited to get some donations together for their after-grad parties. But to my heartbreak, I found out that they're not going to have after-prom parties. So they're not permitted to. They're also not permitted to have their prom dance. So parents are spearheading these things. So I believe it was April 17th. I'd have to double check. They are actually doing an all-school prom at the All-American Training Facility in Soldotna. So the parents have came together to organize that. But there are people that did not feel that that was safe for their children. So Kenai High School is doing a movie, a drive-in movie at their building, and they'll do a little red carpet out so the kids can walk down in their dresses and take pictures. So they are trying to still offer something to those students that aren't participating in the off-ground prom. And then it was brought to my attention that the Kenai Central High School cheerleaders took first at state this year. And this is a huge accomplishment for them. They're having to compete in their mask, and they're having to compete up out of the gym, so they can't really showcase their efforts and their hard work. But not only did they take first at state, they actually got an award for best academics. That's something that really, as Coach Gabriel would know, that they started implementing probably towards the end of my graduation, where they were taking the team's GPAs and awarding academic awards to the team with the highest GPA. So it doesn't only just encourage them to stay at their, when I was in high school, it was D's for eligibility. I think they've bumped that to C's for eligibility. But it also encourages higher GPA. I know when I was in school, our hockey team had really worked really hard on their eligibility, and they had a really high GPA. So that's a big thing for them. And then they actually also got, their coach got an award for best coach in the state. So I just wanted to take a minute and recognize some of the sports. I know we have various sports that have been postponed. The Kenai Central High School wrestling team has been looking for donations. They've been actively going to places in our community. They've had a little bit of a tough season as well. As you know, they're having to do COVID tests to participate. So they do one COVID test on Monday, and then they do another COVID test on Thursday to be able to compete. They're not able to have the whole spectators or the ability, but they're still able to go forth with a changed or a reduced season, and we're seeing that in a lot of sports. As a sport family myself, I just appreciate whatever ability they allow us back in to compete. And these youth, as they're going into their final month, just would like to recognize all of our youth in our community for their sacrifices from that normal childhood experience, like graduations, proms, sports. So I just want to say good job to all of our students and their parents that have had to make these adjustments with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Winger. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I was heartened by the presentation from Coy West regarding Kenai being the best place to Alaska. I think it shows quite a bit of imagination and flexibility as to how the information is to be presented. And the Kenai Dog Park, now we have some scope and definition. I appreciate the leadership of Pat Porter and Councilman Nackstead in this effort. And then also the Kenai Peninsula Housing Initiative, there is a need for affordable housing in this town, and always has been. I encountered that when I first came here over 50 years ago, and anything we can do to have a project like this go, I would stand four square. They have a good track record, and there's no practical reason why we cannot encourage that. Looking forward to summer, looking forward to our 4th of July parade, looking forward to get back to normal. Peninsula Oilers might play this year, depends on the rest of the league. All of these things are still COVID dependent, but the concerns are I won't say diminishing, but they're being recognized, and we're learning to manage the reality that we're in now, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Petty.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too wanted to remind everyone that our Congressman Don Young will be at the Chamber on Friday, and encourage you to attend. Also, I want to say my heartfelt sorrow for a great Kenai member. Dr. Pete Hansen passed away since our last chamber meeting, and I just wanted to send my condolences to the family and their contribution to making Kenai the best place in Alaska. So that ends my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Askin.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just this week, our company found that there's been some new research on the gray and blue masks, the disposable masks that are blue instead of the blue and white ones. They have a gray lining. They actually have a compound in them called graphene, and the fibers are getting into the lungs of people that are using them, and so they've pulled them. We're not allowed to use them anymore, so just for your information. I also want to express my gratitude and appreciation to our administration for your hard work and proactiveness, and keep it up. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
I don't have any comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nackstead.
Just briefly, I'll be attending the luncheon on Friday to hear Don Young. The other thing that's happening Friday, since Marion Nelson put it on Facebook and invited everybody. By the way, I've known her since I was like 5, but and I dubbed her as the one woman around here that knows everybody's mom, and she's I feel so old. But at any rate, she's having a birthday Friday, is what I'm getting at, and so it's going to be Friday evening at Veronica's, like 6 or whatever. So it's like this open thing for anybody that knows her, that has time. Come by, there'll be cake and whatever she says. So I wanted to. Pardon? I would never ask.
I was going to
Why
say,
don't
we're
you
still
do
on the,
that?
we're still on the record here, so tread lightly.
Let's see, she's, her daughter Chris is my age, I've known her since kindergarten, so, you know, but you start doing the math, I'm not sure. But, Friday evening at Veronica's.
Thank you, Councilmember Nexlid, and I appreciate Councilmember Petty. I was actually going to end on that with our Dr. Hanson and all the work that he's done. I think we'll probably do a proclamation to honor him. I did one not a couple years ago, I think, over at the visitor center, kind of when he sort of retired. I don't think he ever really retired, but certainly had a very strong impact on this community, and one of the, you know, just nicest, just genuine person rather, I think that you could ever meet, you know. So yeah, and I just wanted to end on that and give her at least my condolences. I'm sure I represent the body here, to his wife Carolyn and children. So I mean, just terrible.
Mayor,
Councilmember
I think the
Nexlid.
services are at, on the 17th at 3 o'clock. and then-
Oh, very good, because I hadn't heard that yet. We were
I
waiting to
forget
see.
which church.
We were waiting to see when that was. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And with that, seeing no other business before this body, we are adjourned.